to my clerk for roll call, please.
Welcome to the July 21st, 2025 council meeting. We will begin with roll call of council. Mayor Clark.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Bell.
Present.
Councillor Snutch.
Present.
Councillor Fisher. Councillor Tuyu. Present. Councillor Goff.
Present.
Councillor Bell.
Present.
Thank you. We have quorum.
Thank you. Thank you.
This meeting is being streamed live on the Township of Ramara YouTube channel. Be advised that by attending a public meeting of the Council of the Township of Ramara, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded and will form a part of the public record. The chair, CAO, and/or clerk have the discretion and authority to terminate or interrupt the live streaming in exceptional circumstances where the content of debate is considered inappropriate to be published. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. First, I'll look for the approval of the agenda. Go ahead, Rebecca.
And that the council agenda dated July 21st, 2025 be adopted as presented.
As presented, I believe there is one amendment. We have an on-desk item for one of our in-camera.
Through you, your worship, yes, we do. One additional report to be handed out on desk in closed session.
Okay, so it would be as amended now. Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Tuyu. Questions on the agenda? Not seeing any. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Do I have a disclosure of pecuniary interest by any member of council? Not seeing any. If you find yourself in that situation later, please declare it at that time. Announcements. I'm going to start. Laura, we have a new member to our family. So if you would like to introduce our new employee.
Thank you, Your Worship. So Ty Eastman is beside me here. He's our new operations manager. We're very excited for him to join our team. He comes to us from the private sector. He's worked for Capital Paving, Fowler, and most recently GIP, doing large, heavy civil projects like roadworks and bridge. So we're looking forward to having him with his project skills. And he is another Ramara resident to add to our team. So we're very excited to have him with us.
Awesome. Welcome on board. Anything you'd like to say, sir?
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to convey my sincere thanks and gratitude for being granted the opportunity to help lead our public works team and to serve our community. I look forward to helping implement council's vision for the betterment of our great township. Thank you.
Oh, great. I hope you have a great career here. So welcome. With that, I've got a few announcements for the future, but I'll just cover what I guess we all survived Canada Day and all the festivities. So I'm a little concerned Councillor Fisher maybe didn't survive the festivities that well. July 12th, I was at the Lake St. John AGM, well attended. There was about 60 people. It was a nice day, so they have a harder time getting folks out for their annual, but they had a great presentation on Lake St. John, and I had four councillors. Councillor Snutch, the deputy mayor, and Councillor Tuyu were there. We had to separate ourselves. Once you get into a quorum, three of us could sit at the table. Dana had to sit in the crowd and answer questions from there so that we weren't seeing as having a meeting. But well turned out, good day. Welcome around the table. Dana, anything?
Thank you. Yes, on June 26th, Twin Lakes Secondary School, which is the high school that Ramara Public School students attend, had their beautiful graduation ceremony. Students and parents were warmly welcomed by Chief Williams at Casino Rama, fittingly on the concert hall stage, because all those kids are superstars. I sincerely hope our talented youth are busy applying for the Simcoe County post-secondary bursary. This is a reminder that applications are due by the end of this month. And on July 1st, as you had mentioned, Mr. Mayor, it was always an honor, as always, to be included in the Walk with Severn Council in the Washego Canada Day Parade, and to attend the grand unveiling of the wrought iron trumpeter swan sculpture created by local artist Matt Church, which is just so fitting as Washego at the northern end of Lake Couchiching is one of the largest trumpeter swan overwintering sites. Thanks.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I think August 1st was a busy one. We had Bayshore Parade, and then following that, we had the Washego Parade. I did go to the AGM on the 12th.
July 1st.
or July, sorry, I apologize. And July 12th, we did have a busy day. We had that, and then the car show that the Ramara Chamber of Commerce put on, which was excellent. There was a DJ. The Brecken Legion was able to do a breakfast all day lunch. It was a fantastic day. I took my family out. Really enjoyed it. It was a beautiful hot day.
Thank you. Come down the table. Any other councillors? Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Sorry, I too was at the Canada Day events in Washago. I didn't make the parade because I had my own parade in Lagoon City to stop at first. So it was from there up to Washago. And I was there both as a councillor and a member director at the Chamber of Commerce Ramara Experience Project. So I had the opportunity to take a little bit of video and share it. So that was great. The Chamber of Commerce car show this year had more than 200 cars. It was a really great day, great turnout, a little hot, smoking hot, you would even say. But I know that the library, for example, raised a considerable 50-50 this year. So that's great news because that goes right back into our communities. So all in all, just a fabulous day. And aside from that, I do have just one announcement that I need to make. Well, I cannot speak to the details of any closed session matters. I can say that I've been subject to repeated efforts to marginalize my voice and undermine my role as a duly elected member of council. On the one and only occasion, actually,
I assume you're referring to being found guilty by the Integrity Commissioner for harassing and threatening council and trying to bait them into physical altercations, which is what the report said, and it's what you were found guilty of. So you can define.
interesting that you would interrupt.
You can define it how you would like, Counselor, but that's what you were found guilty for. The report does speak for itself.
And interesting again that you would shut my mic off.
So, yes, I don't let people make up stories when they're at council. I expect you to
I think
report
you
what
should
happened. Okay, I would like, in my meeting, I've got some great announcements now. I'd like to remind everyone that the county is conducting a transit review and is asking for input from residents, businesses across the region. And even though the county transit system does not currently operate in Ramara, this is your chance to share your thoughts on what the future transit operations could look like. The survey is open to the end of July 25th, and you can participate by visiting simco.ca/transit review. So make sure you get your comments in. It's been extended to July 25th. And yesteryears takes place July 26th. I'd like to take a moment to remind everyone about yesteryears 2025. Of course, it was put off because of COVID, but we are back, and then bigger than ever, the Ramara Historical Society will be held. This event will be held on the grounds of the Church of St. Columbkills. It's a great day for all ages. There's demonstrations, vintage vehicles, military artifacts, live music, market vendors, and more. So we encourage everybody to get out to yesteryears and enjoy yourself. It is a great day for the family. So with that, we're done the announcements. I have a presentation, and first I'd like to welcome Chief Williams and Evelyn here from First Nations. Welcome to the council chambers, and I believe you're going to introduce the folks to come up and do a solar project. Chief, great to have you. Just push the little button in front of you there, Ted.
Bonjour. Agima Kung Ted Williams, Indigenous Cost Ramam and Jickening. Donjuba, Gigo, Dodam. Before I begin, I would like to present to you, Mayor Clark, an offering of tobacco. First of all, let me, before I get into the actual business, I wanted to let you know that the Chippewas of Ramara are celebrating our 40th powwow on the 23rd and 24th of August. And I would like to invite all of council to the grand entry on Saturday afternoon at around noon. So get that out of the way. We hope to see you. It's going to be a great weekend. And again, once again, I want to express my appreciation and say miigwech for allowing us to be here today. What we're doing is looking for municipal support, resolution to request on a renewable energy project that we have going on with our partners, the Aurelia Power Generation Corporation. It's a unique partnership that has come about, and something that we believe very strongly in, and producing renewable energy for the future with a partnership. And more partnerships such as this will be occurring in the future, whether it's with ourselves or other First Nations, working with corporations and or municipalities. So with that, I'd like to introduce my friend, Mr. Hurd, who's going to walk you through a presentation. Mr. Hines, sorry.
Good afternoon, I should say good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. Thank you for having us here today, the team, Chief Williams, Evelyn, and I'd like to introduce the board chair of Aurelia Power, Bob Ripley, board director, Don Robertson, and the project folks, Paul Young and Dave Brandt. We're really excited about this project. We're delighted to be here today with you to share the vision. It is a vision, and there's a lot to happen prior to construction. As you may be aware, it's only a proposal, a bid to move forward. So we'll walk through the presentation, and I'm not sure if you'd prefer to ask questions throughout the presentation or you'd like to wait till the end, but please do, if you want to stop me at any time to ask a question, please do so. We can move forward to the next slide. As I said, we're very excited about the partnership with the Chippewas of Ramara First Nations. And Chief Williams is absolutely correct. Any new development, particular power generation projects, they will be done with partnerships with First Nations. And we're delighted to join together with the Chippewas of Ramara in this project. OPGC has for 100 years have produced power in and around the area, in significant experience in power generation and of course distribution in the earlier days. And the Chippewas of Ramara, a traditional territory, many of our stations, if not all our stations, are in that area. So we have a proud history of a community-focused company. I like to think that we're a purpose-driven company, and purpose-driven meaning that we're community-based and all our proceeds and revenues go back into the neighboring communities. Chief Williams, early on in our relationship or engagement, reminded me that when I said we had 100 years of experience, he quickly reminded me that the Chippewas of Ramara, of course, have been on this land since time immemorial. And that deep connection to land is something that, as a power generation company, and particularly building a solar farm, it was very important to join together as a partnership, because what that does for the Ramara Township and the community at large and in and around the area is stewardship of that site. At the time of construction through to operation, right through to the eventual decommissioning of that site, the community, the neighbors in and around that facility can be rest assured that proper care and attention will be paid on that site to ensure that it is a positive neighbor and a community member. We move forward to the next slide. So this project, it's a 24.5 megawatt project, and you might wonder why half a megawatt? Why don't we just round it up to 25? Well, that's because the transmission room on the transmission system limits us to 24.5 megawatts. The location, I'm sure everyone's familiar with the area, is 1952 and 1992 Fairgrounds Road, up in the neighborhood of Cooper's Falls area. And it's approximately 180 acres of land that we've purchased, we've optioned to purchase, and we purchased the 1992 parcel. The total solar farm footprint will be about 75 acres, and we're looking to if you look at the arrangement of those solar panels on that picture, you can see how it's not a perfect square or anything of such. And that's because when we did the environmental review of the site, we purposely designed that site so that we have very little impact to the existing wetlands or ditching areas or trees or vegetation. So that's why that arrangement is so odd. Conceptual design, we'll be looking at using 650 watt solar panels, and that particular site is quite attractive for us for a solar farm because coincidentally our 44 Aurelia Power Generation's 44 kV power line runs through those two properties. So it's ideal for the project and for us to proceed. So, Councillor Snatch?
Yeah, I don't know if we can give that name out publicly, can we? I'm looking at the clerk.
It is a member of the community, a farmer, I suspect. So the one property we've purchased, the other property what we call an option to purchase. So we set up an option agreement. If we get awarded the contract via the ISO, the property owners agreed to sell that property to us. And that's important because before you can bid into the process, you need to make sure you have secure property, for that project. Yeah. Specifically, the one that we own is, if you look at that map, the one that we own actually has the most solar panels on it. It's the one to the left that we do not own at this time. Okay. What we own, yes. Yes, that's correct.
Need you guys to use your mics just so the folks at home can hear us. I apologize.
If we can, yeah. As I said, this Riverstone Environmental Services, as you can imagine, when you're doing preliminary work on a bid proposal for a solar farm or any power generation project, the initial work, conceptual engineering and preliminary work, just to make sure that you can proceed in positively in a certain manner. We engage with Riverstone Environmental Solutions to have a look at the property, to look at wetlands and any environmental sensitive areas on that area. And they have done so, and as such, you can see where there's a wetland in the northern part of the one property. And as noted in the bottom corner of that property, as part of the IESO requirements for these solar farms, you must be on agricultural class 5 to 7 agricultural. Anything less than that, class 1 to 3, you need to avoid. And if you look at the bottom end, that one light green area, that's a lower agricultural land. So we've avoided that area as well. The project team's done a good job to sort of shoehorn this solar farm in that area without getting into any environmental sensitive areas. Okay. Oh, and one other thing before I jump ahead, there is going to be a 10-meter buffer, a 10-meter buffer around the property. And I'll expand a little bit more around that buffer and some of the vision with that solar farm. Another map showing the solar farm, the existing property with and without the solar. And these solar farms, there's a lot of things you can do with these solar farms in order to be a good neighbor. So if you put a solar farm, you want to provide some benefits to the local community, the neighbors. And if we jump ahead to slides aren't quite in order, but we plan on this solar farm, and I'll talk a little bit about later, is to put in place a hiking trail for the local neighbors. the project folks, Paul and Dave and I, when we went out to site many times to view these sites, oftentimes we'd be driving down the road and we'd see people walking their dogs or walking along a road with no sidewalks, right? And what we noticed is if we built a solar farm and we provided a nice, safe hiking trail around that solar farm, we thought that would be a wonderful community benefit that neighbors would absolutely be.
I don't have a question, but just a comment. I'm really excited about this. I just asked these questions recently, and it's great to see all the different components that are built in, so that the property is sustainable and well used. I think it's great. So thank you for that.
Thanks. We're very excited about that, and that's one feature when we first talked about a solar farm, and our partners, Chippewas of Ramara, meeting with Evelyn and the team, that was part of it. We were quite excited about. And you'll see somewhere later on we talk about some learning boards and some medicinal herbs and other things. We can make this truly an educational experience. Okay, can we move on? Site access and traffic management. People are always concerned about construction, and that's really the busiest time, and rightfully so. People are rightfully to be concerned around construction and the inconveniences of such. That's why construction, oftentimes we would try to be as quick as possible to complete the construction to minimize that disturbance. But also, if we are awarded the contract, the project team will put together a comprehensive project plan and work with community members on some of these items as we move forward. But we've already identified that the access point for the traffic will not be going through the bottom end of the smaller thoroughfares, but will be coming through from the north on the MacArthur side, go down from the main highway from the north end. Southbound from Cooper's Falls into the project area. And a lot of the solar farm, it's not heavy construction. It's not as significantly, no significant excavation or blasting per se. So it's fairly low level construction. The biggest likely notice would be delivery of materials and parts, right? So major project activities. So spring 2028, we're hoping that the ISO contract award would be, first of all, the project submission is due in October, the RFP to the ISO, and the awarding of these contracts will likely take place in the spring of 2026. And then, of course, right after we get awarded that contract, the procurement stage occurs and the design and procurement. So that's why you'll see after you're awarded a contract, there's a bit of a lull while you're doing engineering, detailed engineering, and then procurement. And then once you can get the procurement lined up, we're looking at possibly site preparation 2028, and then summer, fall of 28, which sounds like a long ways out there, but it seems like years passes by quite quickly. So. Moving along. So as I said earlier, the top picture and actually the bottom picture as well, that's actual photo of the site. And if you look at the site as it is today, the one below has the solar farm in conceptually in behind those bushes, and there will be a bush line buffer, and you can see the walking trail next to the road. So we're quite excited about the inclusion of that walking trail. I myself, I know I've got probably more dogs than I wish I had, but we often with my wife walking the dog and in our area, and we often think about these things where, not every farmer likes you walking the fence line with your dog. But in this case, we having this trail, we're quite excited about, the local neighbors being able to just pop onto that trail. We will have a parking lot at the north end of the property so people can drive there from close by to get onto that walking trail and make use of that. So we're quite excited about that. And working with the Chippewas of Ramara First Nations, we'll also look at cultural and medicinal plant areas along that trail. And I would expect as we do that, we can have info boards as well and some learning experience. And of course, we'll put some info boards on the solar farm itself and solar technology and whatnot. And, the vision, at some point, perhaps school trips could be also take place out that way. Okay. Yeah, so just to reiterate the project timeline. So spring 2025, we've completed land purchase. Our partnership with our good friends, the Chippewas of Ramara First Nations, is nearing finalized, probably within weeks now. And the project folks are working diligently on the project submission. And we expect summer 2025, fall 2025, submitting that proposal. And of course, summer 2025, this important meeting to obtain municipal support resolution from the Township of Ramara, which is really a milestone in the project as well. Okay. Yeah, so spring 2029 commercial operation date, again, 2029 seems like a long ways out there, but it takes some time to procure this equipment and get the construction completed. But diligently, we're working towards that, and hopefully the ISO sees fit to award us a contract to do just that. Just a little bit of once a contract's awarded from the ISO, there's a lot of work to do after that, of course. There's a renewable energy approval, lots of site plan approvals through the Ramara Township. So we would be working quite diligently with the Ramara Township to start moving forward with the project, of course, after the award. We don't expect, due to the nature of the project, I would highlight, I'm sure that folks around the table are well aware of the Ramara Township and different lands and agricultural areas. These particular lands are essentially bedrock. It's quite interesting when you go out and visit that site. You'll see some grass, and the next thing you know, you're walking on some bedrock. So it's there's some benefits to that. There's some downfalls to that, particularly with a solar farm. We're quite happy that, it's non-premium agricultural land, which is important. I applaud the province for putting those restrictions in. They weren't in the past. And then from a solar developer, a solar operator, you can imagine grass doesn't grow too well on those lands, so it's a lot easier to maintain. Mounting panels is a little bit more different technique. It's more rock anchors as opposed to screw piles. So it's a different technique that increases construction costs, not significantly, but somewhat. So yeah, so we don't expect any very minimal effects on the property or the surrounding area. Moving around along, please. Maybe I'll just jump through this slide. If we can move on to the next slide. So, oftentimes people ask, why solar? And one of the things I just to digress a little bit, and I've been practicing Guanajua, help me out, Guanajua. I've been practicing. So Guanajua, there you go, Guanajua. Geese is solar. The sun is beautiful solar. We're quite excited when the team, the Ramara team, Township or Ramara, Chippewas of Ramara, sent me over the name of the solar farm. We're quite excited about that. But the sun is beautiful solar, and when I move to this slide, one of the things that's we're excited about, and I think the Township of Ramara, I think, could share in that excitement. In the not too distant future, as you may be aware, that bottom graph to the left, that's the annual CO2 emissions, and that's forecasted CO2 emissions. And leading up to 2015, 2020, there was quite a dramatic decrease in CO2 emissions. But you can see the 2025 to 2030, the CO2 emissions are projected to increase dramatically. And that's due to load growth and the need for natural gas generation and more operation of those plants, as well as building new natural gas plants. And you can see where it starts to dip in 2035. And some of that dip is just that new build of renewable generation. And when we talk about offsets, for this solar farm, we expect annually with 39,000 megawatt hours of clean energy annually coming from this solar farm. That's a significant offset, because for every megawatt of generation from the solar farm, that's one less megawatt of generation that needs to be produced from a natural gas station. And there was a time when one could say that the solar is not offsetting natural gas 100%, because oftentimes natural gas is used for peaking operations. But as you can see into the 2030 period, those natural gas plants are going to be used a lot more for base load and midday generation. So the other great thing about solar is the sun's usually shining when the load is high, right? Generally at night when the sun's down, people are in bed, commercial businesses have shut down, and generally load growth drops at night. So solar is wonderful in the sense that it really follows that heavy load. And there's some factors in there on offsets, but we expect this solar farm to have about 19,000 tons of CO2 offsets per year based on that generation. And somebody might say, well, if you look at the total CO2 emissions, that's maybe not a grand number, but it all adds up. So every solar farm that we can support a renewable generation project, and we can offset any CO2, that's a good news story. And I think when we talk about townships supporting renewable energy projects, I'm really delighted that Ramara is open to that positive projecting amongst the community. Personally, and many of us, we think it's very important to do everything we can because any CO2 reduction is a good news story. If we move it forward, please. So far, I think probably a month ago, 3 weeks ago, a newsletter has gone out to the neighbors around these proposed sites. Much of the information in this presentation was in that newsletter. We also included the press release, I believe, around our partnership with the Chippewas of Ramara. And we invited individuals to reach out if they had any questions, concerns, or wanted to provide some input. Dave and Paul were agreeable to put their phone numbers to that newsletter. And as I understand it, we haven't received any calls as of yet. We're hoping that we get calls. Again, we're not looking for no calls. Any calls, there's no such thing as a bad call. And we're looking for input and feedback because, we want to be a good neighbor. In fact, we own the one property, so I guess you might call us a neighbor already. So we want to be a good neighbor, and we're looking for support of our neighbors as we are with council. Moving along.
I think you got one more page, and then you go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just ask a question now. So, sorry, what the notifications? How did you send them out, or how did you notify neighbors?
Actually, it was a newsletter, and the township sent it out for us.
Because I'm actually a neighbor, and I didn't receive one, so that's why I'm asking.
120 meters from the site?
Yeah, I am. I'm 2161, so I'm just across the road from the corner of that property.
Oh. Well, there you go. Okay.
So I'd like to find out more.
So I assume they haven't got a letter. but
Oh, okay.
Asked them specifically. I thought there was a
Well,
public
that's,
meeting.
that's good intel. That would explain why we didn't get any calls perhaps. But yeah, so we can retool that, for sure. Because it's important. Yeah, it's okay. That's good to know. We'll certainly, correct that. So why is a resolution needed? Why are we here today? Is to ask for a municipal support resolution, supporting this project. And again, I applaud the province. I applaud the IESO. There's a lot of good things that's been done over the years to correct some wrongs from the past. That is, requiring, proponents to get municipal support resolution, requiring proponents to put these sites on non-agricultural lands, and also to ensure there's Indigenous consultation as well. So there was a lot of wrongs that were in the past that I believe has been corrected going forward. So that's why it's needed. It's part of our proposal, and really we can't move forward without it. Moving forward. Okay, and thank you, and then Miigwech.
Okay, if I want to open up for, you're aware we do a procedure for going about this. I think you've been brought up to date on everything required from our end of it.
Yeah.
Perfect. You did, these are 650 watts. So you did mention you'll be tapping into the rock that's there to fasten them down. You will have to bring some concrete in, I would assume, but that's usually what people object to is the heavy traffic during construction. But if you're on rock, I would assume there'd be a lot less concrete required.
Significantly less, yes. Thankfully, we wouldn't have to, pour footings.
Yes.
There might be some areas where we would, but primarily we'd be looking at rock anchoring.
That's what I figured. Yeah, there's not a lot of soil there.
No.
Councillor Goff.
Through the mayor to you. We had another company come forward for the south end, and they are having a public open house. So residents in the area can come and see the project and all your, are you planning on doing that?
We weren't planning on doing that.
Were you?
Well, certainly we will. The advice we had was that the newsletter and the neighbors in that area and engage individually. We were also contemplating going door to door even, right? And from what I'm hearing today, probably the door to door approach probably would have been better than just rifling out some letters.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah. A couple of things, I guess. One is I think public consultation is a definite because we're actually talking about the same property or similar portions of the property that were first introduced probably in 2013, 14. It divided our community. You've seen people that were best friends for 25 years not speak to each other. So I think this is a lot more sensitive. So I think it takes a little bit more public consultation than you think. I think we need to probably have something for sure for the community members, especially some of those houses are actually bordering right backing onto those solar panels where it comes, because it comes across fairgrounds and it's great land. I don't disagree. Like that land is not great agricultural land at all. But the way it is, we got to be sensitive to the neighbors and make sure that it doesn't do a lot of damage to the community. One, two, I don't know if the trail would be, I mean, it might be people would prefer to see MacArthur Road paved. I'm just throwing out, maybe they would, and it would benefit your solar panels. If you've seen the dust that come off there, I'm not sure how you're planning on cleaning them, but you're going to have 2 or 3 inches of dust a week on there. So I think it's something that you need to think, because it's a trail to nowhere, right? You're just cutting the corner off. So they're going to go from Fairgrounds over to MacArthur. That's all that trail's doing.
Sorry, if I may, the plan was to be around the whole property.
Oh, an entire circle. So
Yeah.
okay, well, that's different. But I think that the public should speak on that, because I think there's things that they might find more important, but that's why I think it's important.
All right, Councillor Snatch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just adding to what the deputy mayor said, if you are having a public meeting, it's supposed to be in the room. I was really hoping when I read this proposal today that you also said that you explained that there was other feedback. It doesn't sound like there is a lot of feedback at this time. Why would you stick to 120 meters when the people that are going to be most affected will be people coming from the small road and coming across the sidewalk. That is also the dustiest road we have in the township, and probably one of the poor shapes. But my question is, why wouldn't you expand that notice period so you're contacting the people who are really going to be affected while it's truck traffic?
Well, first, we will commit to doing a public open house, and we'll at Ramona Hall in the not too distant future. The approach we had taken was on the advice of Ramara Township.
I'm sorry, who would Ramara Township?
You need your mic on, Dave.
Sorry, who at Ramara Township told you that? Because my understanding was this couldn't even come to council until a public meeting was held.
I'd look for Jen Stong to answer that because we do have a policy. Go ahead,
Yes.
Jen.
Good morning, everyone. So through the chair, council has passed a municipal support resolution process last year for large renewables. And there's kind of two facets to this. There's the public engagement that the applicant can do through the IESO portion of it. And then there's a municipal support resolution process that we have enacted. So part of the council enacted process is that when they come to do the deputation to council, a notice is mailed to property owners within 120 meters of the subject property, similar to a Planning Act application. So that's 120 meters, not 1.2 kilometers. So the 2161 is not within that. It's 640 meters away, so it's 120 meters. So that's the process for council in order to feel comfortable that you have approved to allow for municipal support resolution requests. Applicants can do greater community consultation. That is up to their discretion. If council wishes to require that, they certainly can, because the municipal support resolution is open-ended. But that's our process, and it was put into place last year.
Councillor Tuyu, I think you had your hand up.
I did. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Anin Bourgeois, Jimanoshkang, CAO Evelyn. Hello, Sean. As part of our newly formed Climate Action Committee, sustainable and renewable energy projects are pretty exciting. I'm familiar with the very comprehensive work and of the learned ecologists and species at risk specialists at the Riverstone Environmental Solutions, in particular, Drs. Bev Wicks and Glenn Cunnington. A significant amount of observation and documentation went into their natural environment report that I'm quite familiar with for another local project, and I'm curious to know if their high-level report is available for viewing. I'm happy to see that this project prioritizes preserving the local flora and fauna, but I'm hoping to see that protections are in place for the neighboring wetlands, which is the habitat in particular for, as it is known in Anishinaabe, the turtle with the sun under its chin. Will we have access to that report, or any of the other reports from the required studies that you had mentioned would be undertaken or have been undertaken?
Yeah, the short answer is yes. Maybe I'll defer to my the project vice president.
Yes, come on up. Need the microphone though, yeah.
Yeah, yes, I say for sure you can have access to that report. It's a preliminary report. We expect to get into a lot more detail when we do the renewable energy approval. That's probably the time when you would want to be more engaged, because we'll be looking at a lot more details, and that's the real report. What we've done was more like a kind of a cursory review of the site to make sure that we were not, if we had issues, we wanted to know what they were ahead of time. And we were pleased to find that we can actually cite this, the whole project, with quite a large buffer to everything. In fact, Riverstone actually suggested we could even be closer to some of the rivers and wetlands, but we chose not to be because we could. And so I think we're going to find that it's a very benign project, but absolutely you'll be open to everything. The renewable energy approval process has kind of open access. And I think there may even be meetings at that time and so forth. So I think I think we can answer all of your questions quite positively. Like, that's one of the things that made us very pleased with this site.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, microphone, Dave.
When will we get a copy of the report? And most importantly, why wouldn't you have already handed it to us so we could have read it? Because you're wanting decisions from
Okay.
us.
Well, we because we were so benign, if we did make a submission where we talked about all these issues in detail, and I think that went through Jen, and in there we summarized a lot of the pertinent points from that report. If you from like anything that was relevant was summarized in the submission that we made to you. We didn't copy the whole report because we thought at this point relevant sections, and we thought because we're so benign, you wouldn't be interested. But if you want the report, we can give it to you tomorrow. Like we're not trying to hide it or anything. We just didn't want to overwhelm you with like we've had a pretty good summary of it in that submission that we made to you.
Okay. And I noticed just on the one photo, the yellow dotted line, is that your transmission line that goes
Yes.
right through the?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
boy, that is
You're
convenient.
lucky, isn't it?
All right, yeah,
So we'll look onto that. Yeah.
perfect. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. So not a question, but just two comments. Then if planning already has this document, then maybe we could even just ask for planning to circulate that to us. If it's a summary, that would be helpful.
Don't know if they have it, but I'll make sure they get it.
Thank you. And just, I won't be legal, the public consultation, but it is something that I firmly believe in. So I appreciate that you would be willing just immediately to make that commitment. So thank you for that.
This council has in the past supported the projects. Again, the last round didn't go forward just when the province ended them. So it's kind of nice to see them back on the table. Chief.
Yes, I want to say, Miigwech, thank you for council for hearing our presentation. And I just do want to say that given the recent issues that we as Indigenous people are dealing with regarding Bill 5 and Bill C5, federal and provincial, which there is a lack of consultation and opportunity in both of those bills. And I can guarantee you this, that we will do everything that we can to consult with our neighbors and our friends regarding this project.
Thank you, Chief. And I know you will. Any other comments from council? So I'll thank you at this time. Thanks for coming. You can stick around for the rest of the exciting meeting, or you can excuse yourselves, but thank you again. We'll have motions later on our agenda. So next I have Jane St. Marie and Janet Banfield from the Brecken Legion. So just give a second for you to come on up and get set up. Welcome.
I was just going to say, it was hard to hear at the back, so.
Oh, okay, yeah. Nice.
With the crowd outside. But good morning, your worship, council, township staff, and members of the public. I'd like to introduce Jane St. Marie, who is our president of Branch 488 Ladies Auxiliary. And I'm Janet Banfield, wearing a new hat today as the Honors and Awards Chairperson from the executive of the Brecken Legion. So Jane's going to start us off. Next slide, please.
So we just wanted to give you a little bit of information about where we're coming from in terms of the Legion and the Ladies Auxiliary. I don't know if you can see, I'm wearing a different uniform than Janet is. I am with the Ladies Auxiliary and with the branch also. Ladies Auxiliary has a Kentucky tie and a big A on our crest. So you know that's the difference between the Ladies Auxiliary and the branch. Janet has a traditional tie and a different crest. So that's how you tell us apart, just so you know. So the Legion and the Ladies Auxiliary have different aims and objectives, and they're outlined in our mission statements and within our bylaws and constitutions. So we've provided a copy of that. Now, I do notice there's a typo in the first part of the Legion mission. It says in our county, it should be in our country, but our objects are basically to provide community service in the broader community, and particularly with our veterans, but within the broader community also. The Ladies Auxiliary has always existed to support the Legion and to provide is service to the broader community. And in fact, our motto in the Ladies Auxiliary is service to others before self. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. In terms of membership, we have about 250 to 275 members of the Legion, plus an additional 60 members, 60 plus members actually now of the Ladies Auxiliary. And we have about 150 active volunteers that are ready, willing, and able to come and help wherever it may be, the car show, the number of funerals, all sorts of things that are happening at the Legion. So,
thank you. Next slide, please. So we just wanted to bring to your attention today some activities that transpired during the recent ice storm. So for your information, the Legion was well prepared to be a formal warming station that has a fully accessible kitchen, and it also has a Generac that we had installed last year, a propane stove, and an accredited industrial kitchen, with volunteers who have their safe food handling certificates, including a dish sanitizer, washrooms with tables and chairs to accommodate 165 people. I think most of you are familiar with the Legion. When the current building renovations are complete, the Legion will be offering even more amenities, including a shower and an adult change table as required by the AODA. The Legion received many generous donations throughout the ice storm, including frozen meat, cases of water, granola bars, baked goods, coffee, tea, takeout containers, including a fully catered hot meal on Friday, April 14th, with 5 dishes for people to choose from. This also happened to be the same day when the Legion received the highest website hits. Obviously, people were searching for information about services available to them during the power outage rather than looking for Legion activities and events. So communication about all services available to the community is essential during these crises, as even people within walking distance from the Legion did not know that the Legion was open or that any services were available. In addition to donations from the community, the Legion also incurred expenses to purchase other food to meet the demand of 100 and plus people per day in most cases. That also included the hydro workers from New Brunswick. Next slide, please. So pictured here is a crew of hydro workers from New Brunswick at the Legion, and we fed a crew of them on April 4th. They came to assist the reinstatement of hydro in our community. In fact, we had a number of individuals, but one lady that sticks out in my mind is someone who was there from 9 o'clock in the morning until 11 p.m. at night, because she had no heat and had an elderly cat, and she was living virtually in her car with the cat to keep it warm. And so she was more than gracious to have the hydro to be able to provide a space, a warm space, and hot meals. And I certainly have to say that the hydro workers also appreciated that. You'll also notice in the background of the second picture that we actually had a member of the community who kindly volunteered his time and talent to entertain the community members while enjoying a hot meal. This was very much appreciated and well-needed distraction during a very challenging time. And we'd just like to share with you the hydro crew leaving. There's a video there. Colton, if you wouldn't mind playing that, please. Oh, it's because it's a PDF. That's why I wanted to use my laptop. Anyway, it was a video of the whole crew leaving and all the members of the community there clapping their hands. Some people literally in tears, especially the lady who had been living out of her car, because we spoke to the head lead of this crew and he actually sent hydro crews out. It happened to be on our road, on Canal Road, and there was all but 2 places that hadn't been reinstated, and we could tell that it was just a case of flicking a switch. And so after that, this lady was able to go home that evening to a house that would then be warm, and she could carry on with living life. Jane.
Next slide, please, Colton. So we did incur some expenses, obviously, during the ice storm. We were open for 8 days, and we were open from 9 o'clock to 11 o'clock at night. Obviously propane for the generator, electricity, we had the perishable food, we had coffee, tea, bottled water, juices, kitchen cleanup and washroom supplies, that sort of thing, and some additional cleaning costs. And I want to thank council and the mayor for dropping by the Legion during the ice storm, and to Mayor Clark for offering to assist us with the propane and stuff. The Ladies Auxiliary incurred a cost of approximately, well, it's $2,303.82. Over the 8 days, approximately, yeah. Well, I mean, we had a lot of donations that came in too. We recognized that it was some of the donations that came in we couldn't use because they were things that came from people's freezers that were out of date. So we had to sort through that, and what we could use, we definitely did. And people were just amazing. And in fact, I have seen some of the biggest chickens I've ever seen from farmers that I've never seen them that big. And turkeys, same thing. So that was a learning experience for me. We also provided hot meals to folks that really didn't feel that they could leave their generators, and we had put them in takeout containers, and
elderly people
yeah,
at home.
There were a number of people that had folks at home that were ill, and we provided takeout containers for them also. So just to give you a little heads up about what happened.
Next slide, please. So all municipalities who were affected by the ice storm qualified to apply for up to $10,000 to support relief and rebuilding efforts, including essential needs like food, supplies, cleanup, and shelter. Those applications opened on Monday, April 7th. We were hoping to encourage the township to apply at the time that we wrote this presentation, but since then, we have learned that the township did receive the grant of $10,000, I believe. As the Brecken Legion played a vital role in supporting the community with essentials during this critical period, it is hoped that council will consider awarding the Legion with financial assistance from these funds to help offset those expenses that we had. And we do have receipts to warrant those expenses.
Next slide, please, Golden. So we have a couple of things that we would like to ask of council. One of the things is, obviously after the fact, we started to review the emergency preparedness plan, having not been aware of it prior to. So one of the things that we noticed was that from 2023, it's kind of a little outdated in the sense that some of the titles of the people no longer exist. Council's restructured. It doesn't make sense anymore. And I know that as of May 26th, the province has introduced new legislation. It has not yet passed, but it is called the Emergency Preparedness Modernization Bill, I believe. Yeah. And so it probably is going to necessitate, when it passes, that you folks have to redo your bylaw. And we would like, currently in the current bylaw, there is an opportunity to consult with community groups, and we would like to be able to be consulted on that. And we don't know yet what the legislation is going to be provincially. You can take a guess at it because it's been tabled already, but it hasn't yet passed. But we would very much like to be a participant, even if it's things like being able to coordinate hours. We have a lot of people that are available to help out. We can certainly staff a warming center or a cooling center to at least 11 o'clock at night to be able to do things to free up staff during the day, particularly in the south part of Ramara. That's one ask. Their second ask is that, that's actually two asks. Update their website and include in community emergency plan management stuff. And if you had any money available to help the Ladies Auxiliary offset our costs, we would certainly accept it gratefully. And those are our asks, and thank you very much.
So we just have just a little bit of a wrap up to add there. So finally, we'd just like to thank the township for approving the Legion's lottery license, because as you may know, these funds are used to put money back into the pockets of our community to support local causes, such things as supporting athletes to participate in provincial and national tournaments, our local library to support educational programs, supporting local family needs, and that's just a few. In addition, we recently encouraged the Ramara Firefighters Association to apply for the Ladies Auxiliary Ontario Command for a grant. And we are pleased to share that the association was presented with $6,500 grant to purchase navigation equipment for the Marine unit here in Ramara. So our organizations are proud to serve and support not only the maids and the veterans, but also our community. Thank you.
And Tony, you can apply for that grant again.
Okay, thank you. And yes, you now have a generator. That's new. That's a new addition. And that makes a big difference when you want to be classified as a warming center. And of course, I already knew you had the full kitchen. You had all that in place. And the washrooms and showers, again, are critical to being an evacuation center. So certainly something we will be looking into. And I believe there's a new grant now just announced by the province for recovery from the ice. Do you have the name of it, Gail? The new, if put you on the spot here.
Through you, your worship, yes, I do. And I have the information if the ladies would like the business ice storm assistance program. And it is for not-for-profit organizations.
And thank you, Gail. We were aware of that. And I think it, correct me if I'm wrong, but it didn't cover things like food. So that's why we came forward to council.
Well, we'll have a look at it and we'll tally up that rough number that you had.
Yes. And if we can just put a personal plug in for the Legion, you know that we are going through a major capital renovation right now. And we are falling short by about $150,000. So we have a major capital campaign going out there to all of our members, to the local quarries and businesses to see if they might be able to help us, because we need to achieve that goal to become fully open and to be able to move down to our clubhouse room, which is downstairs, and then open up the community hall so that we can continue to do fundraising and host community events.
And we do have an elevator that is functional now.
Okay.
Because we don't have a permit to go downstairs yet, we haven't kind of
pushed the button.
But it is functional. It's there. Everything will be totally accessible.
Yes.
And we're applying for grants all over the place under accessibility to make sure that there's open space, everybody can get to where we need to go, and that we have the appropriate ramps and space even outside.
Including the age-friendly Simcoe County grant. We just recently applied for that as well. So we're waiting to hear back on that.
I'll also push county again. We'll look for, because now if you can get up to be an evacuation center, we may be able to open up some new grants there as well. So I'll keep looking on that side, see if I can find something at county. Any other comments? Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Yes. Well, first of all, welcome back to council chambers. It's weird to be on the other side, right? I do want to say, and I could feel the emotion in your voice, and I was there that night, and so I know exactly how emotional it was. So I just want to start off by thanking both of you for the work that was done throughout the entire ice storm. It was an entirely, Jane, you were with me when we had some residents come in and fall into our arms, so crying. So it was definitely emotional. So, and I know it's hard to talk about, so I appreciate you both being here. I wanted to say one thing because I think it's a cool stat. You pulled out that on April 4th, you had 866 website visits. On that day, that was when I was fortunate enough to have contact from someone who wanted to donate a catered meal. And on that day, the post that I shared had been seen 4,056 times.
Wow. So
the reach was unbelievable. And then that carried throughout daily. And I didn't pull all the stats daily, but we did have just an incredible reach. So it was really wonderful. And obviously I support all of the Legion's work. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. And the sad part about the whole situation is communication, because there was days where we didn't even have internet. Right? So how do we get out the word to the elderly and to the seniors who are most needy in this whole situation? That was a big challenge. So we tried to use word of mouth as much as we could.
That's something we'll be discussing when we sit down our emergency management committee again. And because, yeah, when phone, internet, all the common ways that you reach people weren't accessible anymore, right? And yeah. And unfortunately, with all the TV and radio stations being bought by larger conglomerates, it's very tough to get airtime if you're a small municipality. So it's something we're definitely going to be working on.
Super.
All right.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for your presentation. And yeah, I can pretty much guarantee council will send that for a report.
Thank you very
when the
much.
time comes. All right. Thank you. Got a few short items before we go in camera. Do you want to carry on or does anybody need a break? All right, we'll carry on then. So next on the agenda is the open public forum on any items on the agenda. Do we have anybody registered? I do not believe so. So now I'm on to the council minutes. Rebecca?
That the minutes of the following meetings be adopted, having been printed and distributed. Council meeting minutes dated June 23rd, 2025. Council meeting closed session minutes dated June 23rd, 2025. Public meeting minutes dated June 23rd, 2025. Special council meeting minutes dated June 30th, 2025. And special council meeting closed session minutes dated June 30th, 2025.
Okay, I'll need a mover and seconder first. Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Tuyu. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Just an amendment on the June 23rd. On the disclosure, it says that I'm an employee of the Chamber of Commerce, and that's not the case. I am a director and a volunteer, many volunteer hours, but not employed. So if we can just amend the June 23rd, please.
Yes, getting a nod, so that will happen. Yes, thank you. Any other questions or corrections? Not seeing any. All in favor? That is carried. As amended. Yes, as amended. Now that council recess in committee of the whole. Rebecca?
That council now recess and convene as committee of the whole at 10:36 a.m.
Okay, moved by the deputy mayor, second by Councillor Goff. All in favor? That is carried. Now why don't we take a break before we pass the motion ahead into camera and into our closed session. 10 minutes long enough, Bill? 10:45, sorry.
So, but for those of everybody who's in here, it might be a while, like it looks like a long closed session.
Well, yeah, for the folks here, it is a long closed session. There's a lot of items on our agenda, so thank you. Okay, we are back live. I'll just look to my clerk just to confirm I still have a quorum.
Yes, you do.
Thank you. And then we have a recommendation, Rebecca, to go in camera.
That in accordance with section 239(4) of the Municipal Act 2001, notice is given that the Committee of the Whole will meet in closed session under section 239(2)B, E, and I, being respectively personal, legal matter, and trade secret.
Moved by Counselor Tuyu, second by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Okay, I'm live now, just long enough to say we come out of camera at 12:20, but now we're going to take a 10-minute break and we will be back at 12:35 for everybody to have a quick break and then we'll get back to our committee of the whole. Okay, we're back live. I'll go to my clerk and look for roll call, please.
I can confirm you have quorum.
Okay, same counselors we had before. So I'll look for the motion from the in camera.
Through you, if I can, your worship, just before we get started with all the motions resulting from our closed session meeting, item number 1 is the automated speed enforcement. And you will deal with that later on in your agenda as it was pulled out from closed session. The only item dealt with in closed session was the speed threshold. So your actual motion and report you'll see later on in your agenda.
Okay, so item 1 will now become item 11.3 in our agenda, and we will deal with that item at that time. Okay, so we will start with item 2.
That the nominations submitted by the awards committee for the Spirit of Ramara Award and Wall of Fame Award be received, and that the confidential direction provided to staff in closed session be adopted, and that staff advise the awards committee of the confidential council direction, and that staff, in consultation with the awards committee, be directed to explore opportunities for a dedicated awards presentation for 2025, and that staff be directed to review and revise the current wording of the Wall of Fame Award to ensure it is clearly differentiated from the Spirit of Ramara Award and report back to council with recommended changes, and that the report be referred to the July 21st, 2025 council agenda for same-day ratification.
And I had a mover and a seconder, did I not?
It's moved by Councillor Goff, seconded by Deputy Mayor Bell.
Okay, so all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Next one, yes.
That the Infrastructure Department report ID 2525 dated July 16th, 2025 regarding potential litigation contract matter update be received as information, and that the report be referred to the July 21st, 2025 council agenda for same-day ratification.
Okay, and I had a mover and a seconder for that one too, I think.
No, there was not, as there was no motion in
Moved by
closed.
Councillor Goff and second by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor? That is carried, yeah. Okay. Number 4.
Yes, and this one will also need a mover and seconder, your worship.
All right, and it's just to receive as information, was it not?
Yes, so that
Yeah.
report AD 1625 dated July 21st, 2025 regarding Lagoon City Parks and Waterways Commission membership matter be received as information, and that the report be referred to the July 21st, 2025 council agenda for same-day ratification.
Moved by Councillor Bell, second by Councillor Goff. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Councillor, yes.
Yeah,
Declarations?
You need to recuse from items 5 and 6.
Thank you. Nature of the recusal? Well, one's pecuniary, the other one,
They're both just that I'm a named member.
thank you.
So item 5 is moved by Councillor Snatch, seconded by Councillor Goff. That report AD 1725 dated July 18th, 2025 regarding potential litigation matter councillor be received, and that the confidential direction provided to staff be adopted, and that the report be referred to the July 21st, 2025 council agenda for same-day ratification.
Okay, all in favor? That's carried. Passing.
Was that the confidential direction provided to staff be adopted, and that meetings be set up with Councillor Bell, the mayor, and CAO or designates based on availability after each council meeting, and that the report be referred to the July 21st, 2025 council agenda for same-day ratification. And mover and a seconder was moved by Councillor Goff, seconded by Councillor Tuyu.
Okay, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And then we had the motion, I think, to rise now and report back to council, correct? Oh, no, that's.
No,
open
so
session,
now we are
sorry.
on to the departmental reports under 11, your worship.
Okay, that's right, too. Now we're still in committee of the whole. Yes, boards, committees, department report. First one is on the Guanana Grizzy Solar Project, the one we had the deputation on. So go ahead, Rebecca.
that report BP 2825 regarding the request for a municipal support resolution regarding Guanajawa Gizes Solar LP for a 25 megawatt ground mount solar farm for proposal to the Ontario Independent Electricity System Operator at 1952 and 1992 Fairgrounds Road be received, and that council approve the municipal support resolution, and that the draft municipal support resolution be finalized and forwarded to the mayor and deputy mayor for signature.
Just looking for, would it be the mayor and the clerk, or is it supposed to be deputy mayor? That seemed odd to me.
The IESO stipulations just say that the municipal support resolution needs to be signed by one elected official.
Right, so it would be
At
the
least
mayor.
one.
Right, okay, so or designate whoever, if for some reason. Okay, that's the motion. Questions, comments, go around the table. Councillor Snutch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sure.
Um,
I need a mover and a seconder to put it on the table. Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Bell. Okay, it's on the table.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh,
Mayor.
hang on, Gail. Gail's got her
Mr.
hand
Mayor,
up.
I do think it would be beneficial if we allow staff to just quickly introduce the report to speak to any matters before questions, if that's okay.
Go ahead, Jen. I apologize. You did have your hand up, but I thought you were looking for a mover and a seconder. Go ahead.
That's okay. Thank you very much. So this is the municipal support resolution that would accompany the deputation that came before council today. So in 2024, council enacted a process or approved a process for municipal support resolutions through the IESO. We reviewed best business practices to kind of come up with an idea of how we could bring these requests for municipal support resolution to council in a timely manner with public engagement, while also being respective of the process itself. So when it comes to the municipal support resolutions, some of you were on council when we had the 2015, 2016 large renewable procurement fit, and we got several applications. One of the main concerns that council had at that point was that people were coming and asking for municipal support resolutions, but council was unsure how to proceed because nobody within the immediate area had been notified about this happening. Also back then, the municipal support resolutions gave projects bonus points instead of them being a deal breaker like they are now. So now if a project does not get municipal support, it does not move forward. Previous to this, the municipal support resolutions in the renewable energy process was exempt from the Planning Act, but now it has to follow the Planning Act unless it's done by a subsidiary or the Ontario Power Generation. So the idea behind our process is that they come to council, they do a deputation, they ask for your support. At that same meeting, a report from staff comes that sort of explains the process, if there's been any concerns heard, and kind of does a high-level review of the application. If council chooses to provide municipal support for the property, they will still need to come back and finalize all of their environmental and do all of their processes because they need a zoning bylaw amendment and they also need a site plan. So they'll have to do their construction plan, their traffic impacts, archaeological if the site has potential, environmental studies, stormwater management, all of those items will get captured through the Planning Act process. So this is sort of like step one. They don't go through all of those technical designs until they actually get approved through the IESO because it's quite a bit amount of money in studies in order to move forward. If during that process, council has a concern from a Planning Act perspective and it's not meeting the policies and the plans and what's required, then council makes a decision on the Planning Act application outside of this municipal support resolution. So by offering municipal support resolutions to these applications, you're not saying, we're going to approve the planning application. You're not necessarily even giving a green light in this case for the Aurelia Power Generation one because they're subject to the Planning Act. If it was Ontario Power Generation or a subsidiary like the Atura proposal that was here, they are exempt from the Planning Act. So by allowing a municipal support resolution for those, they only go through the Ministry of Environment's process through the renewable energy application. So the Aurelia Power Generation and Chippewas of Ramara First Nation application will have both the renewable energy application and the Planning Act applications. So this proposal has come and asked for municipal support through the process, and I misspoke earlier, I'm sorry, but it's 150 meters, not 120 meters. We mail out a notice that basically says, there's been an application for a solar farm in your area. Here is the day that they're coming for the deputation. And attached to this mailer is information about that proposal. That was also put on the council information package, I believe, June 21st. So they go through that, and then when they come here, if there's been anybody that has had any concerns, they know the deputation is coming, they can come speak to it, they can reach out to the applicant, staff, council, etc. So the application that we had today was for the 2 properties up on Fairgrounds Road. In the deputation, they did a really good overview and representation of what they're doing with the proposal. The community benefit that they are proposing is the trail. In the past, some community benefits have been based on dollar amounts per kilowatt hour up to a certain amount per year. In this case, they're proposing to do the trail in consultation with the Chippewas of Ramara First Nation. The operator will also, for the solar farm, will also maintain that trail as well. So there'll be no bearing on the municipality. From a land use planning perspective, it is zoned rural and designated rural. Yeah, in our zoning bylaw and our official plan. In the official plan, rural designation permits the renewable energy. However, it's not permitted in any zone as of right, so they will need to do that zoning amendment. Staff recommend support for this because it conforms to the official plan. It's not in a prime agricultural area. It seeks to avoid environmental constraints. It was nice to see that they had preliminarily done that work to identify and design the site so that it meets that way. And then it also benefits both the local community, being that Aurelia Power is a local business, Chippewas of Ramara First Nation, being that they have the agreement with Chippewas of Ramara First Nation as well as the trail, and it will utilize an existing feeder line that is owned by Aurelia Power Generation. So in the report, I've also attached a copy of the draft municipal support resolution. And the municipal support resolutions really have a lot of prescribed information on what needs to be there in order for them to be successful. We have added just the one note in number 7 that basically says this resolution does not indicate approval or support of any application required under the Planning Act, just to make it very clear that just because you're supporting it from a municipal support resolution standpoint doesn't mean they have a blanket support for the Planning Act application going forward. So I am happy to answer any questions that council may have about the application or the process.
Did you, very briefly, did you say there was a zoning bylaw amendment required?
They will need one, yes.
So, okay, so it's a public meeting process for that, is it not?
Absolutely, yep.
Right, so this will proceed to public meetings. Okay. Okay, any other questions? Councillor Snutch.
I don't have any questions, but I do want to, I find that the one thing that's missing right now is feedback from our residents, which are always concerned. I've heard the deputy mayor say that he did not receive a letter. And I need more time to figure out what the reaction of the community is on this matter, including MacArthur Side Road, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just not ready. I'd like to make a motion that we defer this until there's a public meeting held where we can sit there and listen to what the public has to say. This is the time for us to get feedback from the public to address it with the applicant. And so I think it should be deferred until that public meeting can be held. And as you probably most of us could see, there was a little bit of, I don't know who the person was, but there was somebody out in the lobby who's obviously very upset about this. I don't know who it is. I'd like to meet with them and see what their concerns are first. So if I can have someone, I'll put a motion on if I can get a seconder to get this deferred.
I'll sign that.
Okay, so I have a amendment on the floor, but I'm going to need a response because this is our policy. This is how the policy works. It's circulated. We approve it. Now it goes to the next phase, which will include public meetings, correct?
So the policy that we have for the notification for 150 meters is the council approved policy of last year. The deputy mayor would not have received that circulation because he is 640 meters away from the property instead of 150 meters. So that's why that wouldn't have been received. So that is council's policy. I'm not sure if you can change that at this point.
No, the policy would stand. That's what we set up again. And I will point out, because this does require a zoning bylaw amendment, there will be public meetings over this application. It's whether or not they proceed to that. Because if we're not going to support it, which I know some municipalities that absolutely under no circumstances support solar projects, they just don't. So then these folks don't spend any more money and they go home. So that's why we set it up this way. If we support it, I guess the best word, support in principle, the application, and then it moves forward to the public and the planning act. So I guess on the deferral, but Councillor Bell, you had a comment before that motion came in.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it's just actually a question. The gentleman was referring to a report, and I can't recall the name of the report specifically because it was quick, but, and he said that he submitted you the summary of that report, and it was dealing with some of the environmental concerns or whatever. So would you be able to circulate that to council as well, so that if we're going to defer, that we have that in between now and whenever we bring it back?
Yes,
Jen?
through the chair, I can definitely circulate that. Keep in mind, it is a brief at this point. It's more of like a constraints map to identify those features and then the buffers towards those.
Yeah. Okay, so I do have a motion, Councillor Gail, go ahead, CAO.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I can, just in accordance with council's procedure bylaw, certainly a motion to postpone is an appropriate motion, but typically the presiding officer, being you, Your Worship, need to be satisfied that enough conversation has occurred prior to entertaining a postponement motion. So when you have determined that, then you can certainly entertain that motion, and we would be seeking direction in terms of when that postponement should come back to council, when you're ready to deal with that.
Correct. And my intention was to finish the discussion, and then I'm going to know why we're deferring it. I'm going to need an explanation that fits in our policy why at that time. On the application, Joe, go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, no, I think they addressed our concerns when we asked about them having a public open house. Moving forward, if they are successful and they do need a zoning amendment, that's another pile of open public meetings where discussion and more knowledge can be deemed about what the people want. I think we're just approving this in principle, and we should move forward with it at today's date, so that way they can get their application in and get their ducks in a row.
Perfect. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Mine's actually just a question. So we can't order the open house, obviously, or whatever, but can we amend the motion just so that it says that we request the open house and that any comments from that open house are submitted back to us? I don't think I would want to postpone either, because it seemed like they have all of the required elements in place, but just a request to forward.
Well, I guess because they'll be required under this application to do a public meeting. It'll be required for the zoning change, where the one on the quarry land does not require a zoning change. Therefore, no public meeting was required, so they did an open house. But because this one is a private applicant, they do require a public meeting. It's part of the process, is it not?
That's correct on the municipal side. The IESO, it has requirements for community engagement activities. So I sit on a discussion panel for the municipal support resolutions because this is the first round. There's a few municipalities that are working together to try and figure out what it is. Some municipalities have mandated consultation that are similar to ours. For example, the city of Ottawa also has a 150-meter mailing, and they encourage an open house, but they don't require an open house. The difficulty with it is it's just the timing, because everything kind of opens and closes within like this 3-month window. So I think the other application, they're doing the open house. I don't know if it's because it's a bigger company or they just chose to do that, where this application has chosen just to follow the council mandated consultation process.
Correct. I wouldn't be comfortable asking them to do anything more than what we laid out in our process. That's why we streamlined it. Councillor Goff.
I also have to just remind everybody, we had Chief Williams stand there and say that they would do an open house, public open house. And I respect that gentleman, and I know he's not going to go back on his word. So
go ahead, Jen.
The motion could also be altered to include specifically saying an open house. So number 8 on the motion says the proponent has undertaken or committed to undertake Indigenous and community engagement activities in respect of the long-term energy project to the satisfaction of the municipality. We could alter that and say including a community open house.
And that's not asking for too much more than what our policy says, because when you set a policy and then you ask for something over and above what that policy is. And that's what I wouldn't be comfortable with. They offered it, great for them. It's not required under our policy. We shouldn't be asking for anything that's not included in our policies. No, I wouldn't want to see that change. I think we've set a policy. Now, if we want to alter our policy, that's a discussion for another day. Bring it back. We'll amend the policy to require open houses, but it's not required in the policy today. And I think it's not fair of us to ask for it. Councillor Snutch and then Councillor.
I think maybe I was misunderstood. I need to find out what the public thinks before I can endorse this. I don't want to have an area that occupies 1/3 of the ward up there until I've had a chance to watch the meetings and see what the concerns are. I believe that this happened, I don't even know when, but a decade ago or something. This was also, and there was huge, I've only heard that was a huge backlash. So I don't know what's wrong with listening to the residents before we support something. Maybe no one will show up, and that way I'd be, okay, yeah, I absolutely strongly support this. But if there's some ideas in that come up, now's the time before we endorse it to address those situations.
I'll say again, we have a policy and we followed it. We circulated the people within that policy, and the opportunity was today. There was 1 minute dedicated at the start. If anybody wanted to speak on the agenda item, they have that opportunity today for the immediate neighbor. That's what our policy requires. Like when they do the zoning bylaw amendment, they will be required to do a public meeting at that time. So I think we have to stick to our policy. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I agree. I think that we were presented with enough information that says, you know, we can be comfortable that public consultation is going to happen. And so I guess the other thing that maybe it's just a question of, can Councillor Snutch set up some kind of agreement on his own, working within his community, and invite his community to come in and have an open house at the community center locally there, and have an opportunity to engage with residents that have nothing else to do with the resolution. And we just move forward knowing, I mean, Chief Ted Williams did say he was more than happy to do public consultation, which, I mean, clearly we can hang our hat on that. So I think maybe that's all we're hearing, is that Councillor Snutch just needs to work with his own community.
I need to work with my own community before I can support this. Right. Yes.
Councillor Bell, or Deputy Mayor Bell.
Yeah. I'm along the same lines as Councillor Snutch. I do believe Chief Williams will do the open house, but after you've endorsed it, if you don't like the outcome of the open house, it really doesn't mean anything at all. You haven't done anything. If it comes out and there's a ton of people show up and they're all opposed to it, we've already endorsed it. It's putting the cart before the horse. So it doesn't make sense to me. And I can't support this unless I hear from my community first. And I don't think the 150 feet for something this large, this is massive. I'll be able to see it from my front window and look across MacArthur Side Road and see nothing but 1,000+ solar panels. So I think because I'm 900 meters, it doesn't make sense that everybody on that street shouldn't have been notified. And I get it, it's policy. I'm not pointing fingers at anybody, but I do think something this scaled up, this high of footprint should be considered.
All right. So I'm definitely hearing appetite in a future meeting to look at the policy again. But for today, Councillor Goff.
I think both Councillor Snutch and the Deputy Mayor, they're saying they're putting the cart before the horse. But if they are successful, they have to come for a public meeting here for a zoning change. We've gone through this with the Fowler Quarry, and having all our residents that were angry, upset with Fowler Quarry and their expansion were here, and we got the information. And I think that's when we make the decision then not to support. But going forward, I think we should move forward with this and at least get them to that step. And it gives, they've done a public open house on their own, good for them. And residents are going to be there. I'm sure you're going to go. I'm sure David's going to go. Probably all of us are going to show up to see what they have to say and see how residents are responding to it.
CEO Jackson.
Through you, Your Worship, if I may, too, this particular motion is not being proposed to be adopted same day. So it would actually go forward to the August 25th council meeting for ratification. I don't know what can happen between now and then, but just as an FYI, this one is not being proposed to be ratified same day.
The province did change how some of these take place, because I was here when the last application went through a series of public meetings. Yes, some neighbors were upset. Council at the end of the day did support it. But then they got turned down during the application. So all that ruckus and noise and the province turned down the application. So that's why they've streamlined it now. If they don't get permission to go ahead, then it's just gone. And then they don't have to spend the money doing the final studies and all the zoning bylaw amendments and all the public that we have to face because the application's been denied. So what they've done is streamline the process first. Are we a willing municipality for solar projects? And that's what we're deciding today in principle. Then it goes through the application process. If they're fortunate, now it goes through the Planning Act, public meetings and all the other things and the zoning bylaw amendment, which council can deny it at that time if we don't like the final product. Counselor, sorry. Jen, go ahead.
And keeping in mind too, the official plan was updated, and this language is carried through to the new official plan, but the official plan was updated in 2023, I believe, for renewable energy projects. And it does require zoning bylaw applications to have consideration for things like viewscapes, buffer zones, all those types of things to ensure that it is compatible with the character of the neighborhood.
Okay, so we've had good discussion on it.
There's no way this is compatible with the neighborhood. What we have to do is try to figure out how we can get the neighbors to basically accept this and what's in it for the neighbors. I brought up the issue earlier about coming along MacArthur. If you're coming in from Coopers Falls Road, that traffic, there's so many cars get stuck on that hill. We get so many complaints about dust on that road. We get so many complaints about potholes on that road. These are the type of things that we need to find out from the residents whether they care about. How many trucks are going to bring in this material? Is it 1,000 trucks or is it 100 trucks? I have no idea at this point.
Jen.
A traffic impact study and a construction management plan are part of the planning application as well.
Right.
But we get very little input on those things. We get very little input.
Well, if they satisfy the conditions, then yeah, you're right. If they satisfy the conditions, do a traffic study. If the road can handle the capacity, then they've satisfied those conditions. So you're right. When it comes to a lot of this, it seems like it, but if it's not intrusive and they meet all the conditions required under the Planning Act, then that's that. It is an open road. People are allowed to drive on it. Cement trucks are allowed to drive on it but if there's going to be more than what the road can withstand, that's when it becomes an issue. So anyway, so we've had good discussion on the application. I have a motion to defer. You're still moving it?
Yeah.
You're still seconding it? And the reason for the deferral?
We want a public consultation prior to the actual voting.
Okay, and the reason I won't support the deferral, that's not what's required in our, what's the word I'm looking for here, in our policy that council has set up for these type of applications, but you want to defer, go ahead.
How many letters were sent out in total?
I'd have to look at the list of roll numbers.
Okay, because there's literally like.
There'd only be 3 people, it'd be 150 meters from that project.
Right, so we've got a whole community up there. Like Ramona, you go there's 300 people. These are community people. They're trying to figure out what's best for the community. We should talk to them first.
If it's allowed in the zoning act, then now this one will go to a public meeting because there's a zoning bylaw amendment. If there wasn't a zoning bylaw amendment, then the individual's entitled to do it. Then it wouldn't be in front of us. So on the deferral, all in favor?
Through your worship, if we can have a time frame for it to be
And
coming
when
back.
would you want it deferred to?
As soon as they can do an open house.
As soon as they do it, deferral until there's an open house. And I've already stated that I wouldn't support it because that's not our policy. So on the deferral, all in favor? All opposed? Deferral is defeated. So on the motion as written, all in favor? Oh, the recorded vote, absolutely. Recorded vote requested by the deputy mayor.
Through you, your worship, we're in committee of the whole.
It will be when it comes to council in 2 weeks next month, actually. Next month is our next council meeting. So on the motion, all in favor? All opposed? 2, that is carried. Thank you. Next is not a good news story. Bridge 201 reconstruction tender. Go ahead, Rebecca.
That the Infrastructure Department Report ID 2425 dated July 14th, 2025 be received, and that Four Brothers Construction be awarded the tender in the amount of $1,025,612 plus HST, and that $25,000 be provided for additional project contingency, and that Tatham Engineering be engaged for contract administration of the project in the amount of $66,000 plus HST, and that $236,662 be allocated from the reserves, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to enter into the agreements, and that the report be referred to the July 21st, 2025 council agenda for same-day ratification.
Okay, thank you. Again, not surprised that the tender came in higher because in the world we're living in today, this seems to be the cost. Though I've seen some of the prices now are starting to come down, so it's getting a little better. I would assume, because it's important that this bridge will have the same clearance over the water that the previous had. Laura, sorry.
Through you, your worship. Yes, those intended, it's truly going to be a replacement of like for like. There's no significant changes intended for this bridge.
I assume that. Okay, can I have a mover and a seconder? We'll put it on the floor. Moved by Councillor Bell, second by Councillor Goff. Go ahead, Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I actually just have one question. When we were talking about this originally, there was a whole conversation around, because I think this is the bridge with this is the two smaller culverts. And the whole conversation was around whether it was going to be one larger culvert when it is repaired, or if we're sticking with the two. And I think we wanted it to be the one larger culvert. So I just don't know what we ended up with.
Go ahead.
Through your worship, to my knowledge, it is two. I think they looked at that design, but it was going to require a lot of other extensive work and it would increase the price. So we went with the like for like and replacing the two. The difference will be that it'll be plastic material, so hopefully lasting longer than the steel corrugated that's in there currently.
Thank you. And then just one more question, and I know Melissa will already be preparing communication on this, but sometimes we do it just like locally, and I'm just hoping that this time it'll be like for the full, because this is like the main thoroughfare back and forth through Lagoon City, so it will go to all properties and not just, so that'll be a bigger communication and not just kind of like local to that bridge.
Through you, yes, we'll make sure that the community is engaged and aware, because the bridge will be closed for the construction period there. And then once it's able to go back open to at least one lane of traffic, we'll do so.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to say thank you for this as well too, because the holes in the bridge continue to open up, and recently a car tire could go in, and walking you could have, injured yourself. You could have fallen in, so not all the way, but it's much needed. So this is good. Thank you.
Perfect. Councillor Snatch.
And where will this $1 million be charged to?
The $1 million, the over. Yeah, go ahead.
So through you, there was a budget allocation of $975,000 for the capital project. The remaining 236 will be coming from the capital project reserve that has been set up, and their balance does allow for that.
And no, but which is this Lagoon City Parks and Waterway?
Oh, no,
This is a
public road.
township.
Correct.
Public road. Yeah. This is one of our assets. Okay, so on the motion, I think I had a mover and a seconder, did I not? Yeah, all in favor? Opposed, if any? One opposed. That is carried. Thank you. Now I have 11.3 that we move from the in-camera.
Yes, so moved by Councillor Goff, seconded by Councillor Tuyu. That report FD 0225 dated July 21st, 2025 regarding automated speed enforcement ASE selection and minimum speed threshold be received, and that a redacted version of the report be placed on the open session with confidential information related to section 239(2)I of the Municipal Act 2001, being selected minimum speed thresholds redacted, and that the confidential direction provided to staff regarding the selection of minimum speed thresholds for the ASE program be adopted, and that the report be referred to the July 21st, 2025 council agenda for same-day ratification.
Thank you. And I'll get a mover and a seconder, but moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Bell. Now you want direction on the fines, correct? John?
Through your worship, no, that was simply provided as information. That
Okay.
bylaw was passed in 2024, establishing the administrative monetary penalties. That is already in place. This was just kind of a recap update.
Okay.
Provided some information as it relates to projected any costs that have been incurred and that information. But no, we don't need a decision on any of the fines.
Perfect. So on the motion on the floor, all in favor? This just allows the document to be out now and everybody's aware of what the fines are. Oh, opposed? One opposed. Yep. Thank you. Now, does anybody require any of these motions to be a separate motion at council? I would assume the next council meeting, you want a separate motion on the solar. I'll make sure that happens. Councillor Bell, question on that?
No, I think I'm going ahead because I just want to pull 5, the AMO.
Okay, yeah, no, you're a
But I'm
little ahead of me
ahead.
here. We're getting there. Okay, we did those, just scrolling ahead. So we are now on consent agenda. So if I could have the motion read, please.
That the recommendations of committee of the whole be referred to the next regular meeting of council to be held on August 25th, 2025, with the exception of the following items, which shall be referred to the consent agenda later today. 10.2, 10.3, 10.4, 10.5, 10.6, 11.2, 11.3. And that committee of the whole rise and council be reconvened at 1:31 p.m.
Oh, yes, we have to rise.
Or, sorry, 1:10 p.m.
Okay, so mover to rise, we're rising now from committee of the whole into council, and then we'll get on to our consent agenda.
Okay, but because I can't, you're just only, no, but you're receiving all this, right? And I've recused on 5 and 6, so don't I have to do something?
So through you, your worship, this is just to proceed to council, and then we will have a resolution based on what will be voted on the consent agenda, and that's when you could pull items to be voted on separately
Right,
at that
so-
time. So it will be the next motion.
You wouldn't have a declaration at this point. We're just moving those items to council. So moved by Councillor Goff, second by the deputy mayor. So we're just now confirming our committee of the whole and the items that are going to be ratified today, and the solar project is not one of them. So all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Now, do you need time to set up now that we're in council for the committee resolution, or do you have it prepared already?
Through you, your worship, I do have it prepared. I will just need to know what items council would like to pull from the consent agenda to be spoken to or to change the recommendation.
Okay, so first we're doing the first one is for June 23rd anyway, which is the previous meeting, correct? That's in my consent? Or do you want to do all the consent as one, I guess?
Through your worship, what I will need to know right now is if there are specific items that you would like pulled from the consent agenda to discuss and vote on separately. So I did hear 12.5 would like to be one pulled, 10.5 and 10.6, there were conflicts declared upon. So those would likely need to be pulled. If there are any other items that members of council wish to speak to separately or change the recommendation on apart from the consent agenda, always need to know that now to include in this motion.
Okay, so what we're doing now, because we're now in council and we're going to be ratifying our minutes from our committee of the whole. So we're asking 2 of them have to be pulled. Councillor Bell has a conflict, so those 2 will be pulled for separate vote. And the other one was?
Through your worship, it was item 12.5, which is under correspondence related to the AMO,
Oh, the AMO one,
correspondence.
yeah, and that's already been pulled. The councillor on the AMO correspondence has already been pulled for a separate motion on it as well. So we're on the consent agenda now. So, which includes the minutes of our committee of the whole. Like maybe something we'll sit down and look at again, Gail, and we'll always do the committee of the whole separately than consent agenda. It causes less confusion because now the committee of the whole is included in the consent agenda.
Through you, if I can, your worship, just a reminder to Councillor Snatch that he had actually asked to have the municipal support resolution request and the zoning bylaw amendment lifting of the H pulled. I don't know if he was looking to just simply speak to them or change the recommendation. If he's just looking to speak to them, your worship, you.
Yeah, so you don't support the solar project, so we'll want to set. No, we are on that. That's from the, oh, it's not coming today anyways. Yeah, information.
Through you, your worship, the councillor had just asked that those 2 items be pulled from a CIP. So I don't know if he was looking to just speak to them or change the resolution.
Yes, we are. Do you want them pulled for a separate motion? I'm on the consent agenda, so I need to know any items that counselors want pulled for separate motions. I'm taking our time. We'll go slowly. I'm looking at how many are here. Oh, sorry, I'm on our consent agenda at the council meeting now. So down here, consent agenda. Yeah.
So, your worship, we will pull those two items, and then if, we'll introduce a motion to receive of information. If the counselor has an alternative, then we certainly can deal with it at that point, but we will pull them just for
Okay.
ease.
And yeah, and that's where it gets confusing because in there is also the committee of the whole we just dealt with. And those items will have to be pulled out of the second item, which is the committee of the whole report dated July 21st, which is today. 2020 items be adopted as presented. So those are the ones we just dealt with. And that's, we're going to have to find a way to separate that out, maybe because that's where you're getting confused. The rest was already on the agenda. Those items weren't because we had to decide. So that'll be something for you and I to sit down with Madam CAO, and we'll maybe pull that as a separate item in the future, and it saves a lot of confusion. So I don't mind reading them so everybody knows what you're voting on here. First one is committee of the whole report from June 23rd, that the committee of the whole report dated June 23rd, 2025 be adopted. That's one of them. The next one is we've pulled some, but today's committee of the whole minus the items that Councillor Bell has a conflict on, correct?
Yes, through your worship,
The
that's
solar
correct.
one's not on there because we never forwarded it.
On the June 23rd, it would be as amended, right? Because we had to make the amendment.
Yes, yeah. Notice supporting resolution Fairgrounds Road Solar Project. What's that one? Why is it on here on my consensus? Oh, it's just an information document. Planning correspondence, which is concession road B and C. Did you want that one? Okay, that one's being pulled and the Association of Municipalities being pulled. So we're just doing the first three.
So apologies, your worship, just to be clear, Councillor Snatch, you had asked for the item related to the solar project to be pulled and put on this agenda as well. So if you're satisfied just to receive it as information, then we wouldn't pull it for an alternative direction.
Well, because we just had, you had it pulled from this. Well, you had it pulled from the CIP for information on this, but we've already had a delegation on it. We've had the information. So no. Okay, so it's on the first, second, and third one. Did I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Goff and my seconder, but I want to make sure everybody's clear, Council Bell. So we know what we're voting on. What's been pulled is the B and C, Corey, the two that you have the conflict with, and the AMO has been pulled. So on everything else, including today's committee of the whole, all in favor. Everybody's, that was carried. Any opposed? Shouldn't be. Good. Okay, we are now on item 4 on the consent agenda, which is correspondence on the zoning bylaw amendment, lifting the hold. So I guess the suggested motion is.
Sorry, through you, your worship, we'll actually be at 10.5 and 10.6
Oh, you want to do the
first.
two conflicts first? Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, you're right. We need to do those two. Yes, thank you. So the two in-camera items, because Councillor Bell has a conflict from our in-camera session, I'll need a motion and we'll approve them now. I'll get this streamlined. Well, it is when you throw today's committee of the whole in. So I'm going to make sure that we're going to pull that in the future. Do it as laid out.
Your
Yes, go ahead.
worship. So item 10.5, that report AD 1725 dated July 18th, 2025 regarding potential litigation matter counselor be received, and that the confidential direction provided to staff be adopted, and that the report be referred to the July 21st, 2025 council agenda for same day ratification.
Okay, so the motion moved by Councillor Goff and moved by the deputy mayor, noting there is a conflict. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Now we're on to item 4, correct?
Through your worship, we are now on to item 10.6.
Oh, 10.6, you're doing them both individually. Okay.
And this is that the confidential direction provided to staff be adopted, and that meetings be set up with Councillor Bell, the mayor, and CAO or designates based on availability after each council meeting, and that the report be referred to the July 21st, 2025 council agenda for same day ratification.
Which is today. So moved by Councillor Goff, second by Deputy Mayor again. All in favor? That is carried, noting conflict with the one counselor. Thank you. So we did both those. That's from the in-camera that were pulled because of a conflict is why they were pulled. So planning application correspondence. Suggested motion is here. You want to read it, Rebecca? Number 4.
That the planning correspondence dated July 3rd, 2025 regarding zoning bylaw amendment lifting of hold Z-1/21-7406 Concession Road B-C be received as information.
And this was forwarded from our CIP. So questions, comments, Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just trying to find it, but in here it says that all the financial, I can't really find it, financial payments have been made to the township. My information is that that is not the case. Can anybody provide me with more information on that?
I'll go to Laura. Go ahead, Ms. Pye.
Through you, your worship, we have done a review of the invoices that have been submitted by ESS for those payments, as well as reviewed their annual reports for the trucks coming in, and everything seems to align. That being said, we're working on a new program that we will be doing inspections and audits in the future. We'll be able to closely monitor that to maintain compliance. But at this point, everything is in order.
And there's nothing in there also about, I think the road's a disgrace myself. When you drive up there, there's nothing in here that by keeping the hold in place, we might have more control to get the berms fixed up on both sides of the road, because they're really distasteful.
Through you, your worship, no, this is, and I look to Ms. Dong to help me with this, but my understanding is this is procedural. So when they were granted these approvals in the past, it should have been lifted at that time. It was overlooked, and so we're just correcting that. We still have all of the other mechanisms that we do have, such as the site plan agreement and the fill permits, that we can manage and work with them going forward on those other pieces.
And when will council get a report, or do we have to ask for it, on the amount of revenues that are supposed to be coming into the township? Because I don't even know if I'm allowed to say what it is, but it's hundreds of thousands of dollars. When do we get a report that says that these are on track?
That would be budget time, I would assume.
Through you, it would, as far as I understand, that would not be a specific line item necessarily. However, if at the direction of council, if you would like us to produce a report, we can review that and bring that forward.
That'd be request for reports. I would suggest bringing that at budget time, though. If you wanted a detailed report on something, we could make that request during budget. Go ahead.
Through you, your worship, I certainly would be happy to work with Councillor Snatch on the best way to get that information brought forward, whether it's through budget or through an inquiry motion to get that information presented in a report.
Okay.
All right, Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I just have one question. Councillor Snatch used the terminology. My information says that the invoices have not been paid. And so I don't know if I missed a memo or something that talked about those, the submission of those payments. Was there some sort of formal document that I don't have?
Nothing I've seen. Nothing I've seen. So. Okay, so all in favor of receiving? That is carried. Thank you. And lastly is the AMO Association.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think we needed a mover and a seconder for that, please.
I think I had Councillor Goff and the Deputy Mayor. Yeah. And then last is the AMO correspondence, also pulled from the CIP. So I'll have a suggested motion here in front of me. Is that the Association of Municipalities of Ontario correspondence dated June 19th, 2025 regarding AMO watch file be received as information. Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Tuyu. Questions, comments?
Thank you. Thank you. I have there's two items in the report that I wanted to reference. So one is the intake for the Health and Safety Water Stream Fund. Residents are asking quite often whether and if we applied and whether, and I assume I know we applied.
Yes.
And I just wondering if there will be, or when council can expect a report just talking about what was applied for, so that residents know how we approach that. I guess that's
or who wants that?
Through you,
Jim.
we, at council's direction, we can prepare that report and provide that information, but we did make an application for the health and safety fund, so.
So is it reasonable to say for next month? Like, I assume you have all the information at hand. So can I request it for the August meeting? Is that a reasonable timeframe?
Yeah, CO Jackson.
Through you, your worship, what we can do certainly is provide a CIP to council just in terms of the details, because we'd be happy if any member of council was having conversations about that particular grant program, certainly to share some of that. So we'll provide that in a CIP. That'll be a
Yeah,
staff
so you can
direction.
just, you don't need a separate motion for that, then there's enough direction given. Okay, and another one?
Thank you. And then this one, it may need a motion because it might be a bit more work, but is the residential property owners sewer and water line warranty program is here. And it states that this is insurance that's not typically covered in your home insurance policy. There's no cost to the municipality. Homeowner participation is voluntary, and it is supported by the Association of Municipalities. And so I was hoping that we could have a staff report about investigating how this program could be implemented in Ramara so that our homeowners on water and sewer would be able to access the program.
Do you have any input on it, General Manager?
Yes, thank you, your worship. So the Township of Ramara actually had previously been entered into an agreement with this organization. That agreement has since lapsed. We have been in discussions with them, and we were slating that for late this year or early next year to continue on with those discussions. So if council would like, that's the time frame that we were looking at, dealing with all the other priorities that we have, but it was on the radar for us to bring forward again.
So it will be coming. Yep. Good enough, so don't need the motion then. Okay. I kind of remember that program too. Yeah, I didn't realize that it lapsed. So, okay, so all in favor of receiving? That is, I had a mover and a seconder. Yes, that was carried. So now we are on to correspondence for council directions. I don't think I have any. Motions, postpone motions, and okay, we have the ones, hang on, yeah, from earlier on the deputation. So go ahead, Rebecca.
That the deputation by Chief Ted Williams of the Chippewas of Ramara First Nation and Sean Hines, President and CEO of Aurelia Power Corporation, regarding a solar energy facility within Ramara Township be received as information.
Okay, just receiving the deputation, moved by Councillor Bell, second by Councillor Goff. All in favor? That is carried. And lastly,
And that the deputation by Jane St. Marie and Janet Banfield of the Breckin-Mara Legion Branch number 488 regarding 2025 ice storm response be received as information.
I would also direct that to staff for a report. If we can add that to the motion.
Through your worship, so you are looking for an amendment to include the requirement for staff to do a report on the requests
Yes, on the
from,
request.
okay, I do believe that Ms. Anusi has that.
I'm just looking to see, I think we have one ready.
Yes, through your worship, that the motion before council be amended to include and that the request from the Breckin-Mara Legion Branch number 488 be forwarded to staff for a report to be brought back to council regarding the feasibility of the following: updating of the township's emergency management plan on the website, consultation. Sorry, just one minute here. Consultation opportunities with the Breckin-Mara Legion Branch number 488 regarding emergency preparedness and planning, and the Township of Ramara providing a financial contribution to the Breckin-Mara Legion Branch number 488 to reimburse money spent on food during the 2025 ice storm state of emergency.
So what I'll do is I'll put the original motion on the floor and then we'll amend it. So I think is a cleaner way of doing that. I see these as a friendly amendment anyways.
Through your worship, I believe you put the main motion on and then you brought forward an amendment. So
Okay,
we had,
yes.
yeah,
I can do
okay.
it as amended. I see it as a friendly amendment. So
So we've got the actual wording for the amendment. So if you want to call for a mover and a seconder for the amendment.
moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Bell, yes.
Just one question. I'm sorry. I heard the cost of the food, but I did not hear propane. So I just am saying, do we need to make it that narrow, or can it be just a little more, the scope broader?
Through you, your worship, the issue of the propane, I believe that the township has already covered, but we had to confirm that with our treasurer, who is away at this point in time, back tomorrow. So we can add propane into that motion, your worship, just in case it hasn't been covered. But that was one request that we'd had. So we'll add that propane piece in if it's already been dealt with, and we don't have to report
Yeah,
on
we're not
that.
gonna pay it twice, but if it's already been dealt with. Okay. So is this the amended motion that we're voting on?
Through you, your worship, call the question for the amendment. And if it carries, then you can call the question on the main motion as amended.
Right. On the amendment, everybody's fine. All in favor? That is carried. And now on the main motion, do I have a mover and a seconder? I think it was Joe and Keith, I think, were my mover and seconder on the main motion. So on the main motion, all in favor? That as amended, that is carried. So notice the motion, I have none. Council motion previously given, none. Inquiry motions, do have one.
Yeah,
Right.
okay. I
I'm
wasn't
waiting
sure
for-
if
I'm
you're,
just
I didn't know if
waiting
it
to
was being read or whatever.
Moved by Councillor Bell, seconded by Councillor Goff, that staff be directed to update the February 10th, 2025 staff report number CD 0925 automated speed enforcement update, including projected revenues and detailed list of costs, status of reconfigured community safety zones, phase 1 implementation locations and timelines, and communication plan.
Still want the motion?
Thank you.
Because we did have the update today when we were discussing the matter. It was on the agenda.
Yeah, well, it wasn't when we ended up talking, it came after the fact. But I think there's still some things here that aren't in the other report. So the February report did talk about revenues and detailed costs. And when Aurelia notified of their implementation over the last little while, a ton of questions are rolling in about these things. So I realize, based on my conversation with the CIO, we don't have those answers today. But I guess what I'm hoping is a couple of things that we know, that we have an idea when we might be able to answer those questions for residents. That's the first thing. And then the second question that I had was on the implementations. Originally, Simcoe Road was in the first phase implementation, and now it's not. And I guess with the effluent hauling that's happening, Simcoe Road is already a huge concern. And I mean, it's already done, and I know we have to put the notice out. So I guess I'm looking for the potential for a different solution between now and then, because I don't even know why it got removed. I don't know what happened to remove it. And I don't know why we would remove it when we're putting double tanker trucks down Simcoe Road and there's school buses stopping and all those things, and lots of pedestrians. So I know that it would be a separate discussion to talk about putting one of the speed radar captures there, just so that there's something there to help us. But yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why it was removed. So I guess if you can't, I realize that you don't have the answers to all of the things in this motion and you can't fully update CDO 925. But if we could just know when the update to that report is coming, and that we can provide people with more information about the program.
Go ahead, CEO Jackson.
Through your worship, I'm gathering that the report today that was setting sort of the thresholds and then came out publicly didn't address the questions. And if the counselor is looking for a further report, certainly staff can do that. But the follow-up, I guess, from the February 10th, a lot of that information was included in the report today. With respect to Simcoe Road, County Road 190, 169 and Switch Road, the signs are actually going up next week saying coming soon. So that hasn't been removed if I'm
Right. I saw here, Simcoe Road is, Simcoe Road, Switch Road and County Road 169 are the coming soon.
So those signs are going up next week.
No, Simcoe Road here.
Oh, down.
Like where the school bus loading
on the
area
west
and
side of
that
the
is-
city, not on the east. All right.
So
Is your mic on, Gail? Is your mic on? I don't think it is. There it is. There.
Oh, there, is that?
Yeah, that's.
Yeah,
better.
okay, sorry. If we are looking for a different type of report, then we should probably capture that in the motion.
Well,
So just so we're clear, Mr. Mayor, the program is going full speed ahead.
Yeah.
Pardon the pun. We've had the benefit, actually, Ms. Galanock actually is well experienced in drafting some communication and is working very hard to ensure that the communication for the township is front and center prior to the implementation date of August the 25th, I believe. Yes. And so that is the program. I just want to make sure that we understand if we are doing a report, what are we doing a report on? I just want to make sure that we're very clear on that.
Well, and I see JT has come online there too, but it says the new cameras will be rotated to the new zones October 2025. So that's this October, correct, John?
That's correct. So Simcoe Road, Switch Road, and County Road 169.
Right. And they're being done immediately. And when was the plan to rotate to other areas? Do you have a time limit? I think that's what the counselor's looking for.
So it would be dependent on a need, and because we have a number of community safety zones and school zones, so it would be dependent on how the program goes in those first initial areas and whether we need it to move it to a different area or do we rotate back to those initial zones.
I guess we'll be looking for the results from, if we still got excessive speeding in the school zones, then we're not moving it out of there until the speeding is under control. Because those are our high priorities.
So we would bring back a report, Your Worship, just to show what the results have been and whether we should be bringing it to new areas or rotating it between the existing ones.
Right. So that'll come after we start getting some results.
Correct, Your Worship.
All right. So what was the other question then, Counselor?
I think
income's pretty hard to guess at this point.
Yeah, no, I think so. I understand that. But I think what residents don't really understand, the conversation that's going on right now is, why are you spending my taxpayer dollars on cameras? And so there's some just gaps in communication, and that just hasn't happened yet. But, and so when the CDO 925 was published, it said, we will talk about revenue and costs. And so those are the kinds of questions people are asking, and they want to know things like, who pays if the camera is damaged? Can the contractor not remit to the township, or all those kinds of things are what people are looking for. Aside from the safety.
Well, that would be in the contract, would it not, Counselor Jackson? Counselor Jackson, CEO Jackson.
Through you, Your Worship, perhaps we could ask Ms. Galanock to just provide a few comments so council can be aware of what's coming in terms of communications.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So for communications, we are working on multi-pronged communication. So that will start off with the news release. We also have an FAQ document as well as a dedicated web page that will be going live on our website, and it will address those types of questions that Councillor Bell has indicated.
Thank you. Yeah, that's perfect. The residents needed to know that we have a plan, like there's information coming to answer some of their questions. That's all. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
So satisfied then? Don't need the motion? No. Okay, we'll withdraw the motion then, and then we can do that. Can we not?
Getting clarification, Mr. Mayor, whether the motion has been actually put on the floor, and if it has, we probably should defeat the motion.
But yeah.
If it's been put on the floor, you should probably defeat the motion. Just to be very clear, though, Your Worship, that does not preclude further reports coming forward. As Mr. Popple has indicated and committed to council, as we go through this program, we will be reporting back to council in terms of the success, any challenges that we have with the program that will be coming forward as a matter of staff responsibility.
Okay. So on the motion, all in favor? All opposed? There, it's defeated. Okay, thank you. So next I just have the bylaws, confirmation bylaw.
That bylaw 2025.44, a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting held on the 21st day of July 2025, be considered read a first, second, and third time and finally passed.
Moved by Councillor Goff, second by Councillor Tuyu. All in favor? That is carried. And the council meeting of the Township of Ramara held on July 21st, 2025, now be adjourned at 1:39 p.m. Moved by Councillor Goff, second by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor? That is carried. Yes, I stole the last